Hello, fellow explorer. I'm glad you found your way here. Welcome to Midnight Explorations, a quiet place for gentle journeys and deep rest. Tonight, we'll follow in the footsteps of those who descended into the unknown, who camped in chambers no daylight has ever touched, and who traced underground rivers through kilometers of stone. For the next little while, there's nothing for you to do and nowhere for you to go. Let the day fade into the distance and focus on getting comfortable and breathing deeply. Let yourself settle in as we explore these stories of discovery, perseverance, and the slow unveiling of the subterranean world, where generations of explorers have ventured into darkness armed with little more than rope, light, and an unshakable curiosity about what lies beneath our feet. Speleology, the scientific study of caves, began not in laboratories or universities, but in the caves themselves, with explorers who understood that the underground world held secrets worth pursuing. These were not reckless adventurers seeking thrills, but patient investigators who recognized that caves are natural archives, preserving records of ancient climates, harboring unique forms of life, and revealing how water shapes stone over geological time. The transformation of cave exploration from folklore and tourism into systematic science happened gradually, expedition by expedition, discovery by discovery, as individuals and teams ventured deeper, stayed longer, and returned with careful documentation of what they had found. Before systematic exploration began, caves were places of mystery and utility. For thousands of years, humans entered caves for shelter, for ceremony, for mining, and occasionally for wonder. Prehistoric peoples left haunting artwork on cave walls. Ancient civilizations built temples at cave entrances, regarding these openings in the earth as sacred thresholds. Medieval Europeans told stories of dragons and treasure hidden in limestone labyrinths. But these early cave visits, while they established humanity's long relationship with underground spaces, rarely involved the kind of patient observation and careful measurement that would characterize later speleological work. Caves were experienced, sometimes exploited, but not yet systematically understood. The shift began in earnest in the late 19th century, particularly in the limestone regions of Europe, where caves are abundant and often dramatic. The figure who stands at the threshold of modern speleology is Édouard-Alfred Martel, a French lawyer whose methodical explorations in the 1880s and 90s established a new standard for cave investigation. Martel brought instruments underground, measured what he found, took detailed notes, and published his observations. More importantly, he demonstrated that caves could be understood as systems, with water flowing from input to output, with passages connected in logical ways determined by geology and hydrology. Martel's expeditions were carefully planned affairs. In June 1888, he descended into the Abîme de Bramabiau in the Cévennes, where a river disappears into the earth through a narrow opening. Local people had wondered for generations where the water went. Martel assembled a team, brought rope and boats and survey equipment, and set out to trace the underground course. They descended the entrance pitch, followed the river through several kilometers of passage, mapping as they went, and emerged at the downstream spring where the water returns to daylight. The expedition demonstrated that with proper preparation and systematic approach, even complex underground rivers could be traced from beginning to end. The following year, in 1889, Martel descended the Gouffre de Badirac, a massive vertical shaft in southwestern France that plunges 75 meters to a chamber containing an underground river. Using portable rope ladders and collapsible boats, His team descended, explored several kilometers of river passage, and documented what they found with careful measurements and detailed descriptions. Padirac captured public imagination, but more importantly, it showed that caves could be explored scientifically rather than simply marveled at. In 1895, Martel brought his techniques to England, successfully descending Gaping Gill in Yorkshire, where a waterfall drops more than 100 meters into a huge chamber. These expeditions, and dozens of others Martel conducted over his long career, established the foundation of modern speleology, systematic exploration guided by scientific curiosity. But Martel's work was just the beginning. The decades following his pioneering expeditions saw cave exploration expand and evolve, particularly in the Alps and Pyrenees, where deep vertical cave systems challenged explorers to develop new techniques and to think about underground spaces in new ways. One of the important early chapters in this evolution took place in the French Alps during the 1930s and 40s, when Pierre Chevalier and his team undertook a systematic exploration of the Dent de Crolles system. The Dent de Crolles Massif, rising above the Isère Valley near Grenoble, was known to contain caves, but no one had attempted a comprehensive exploration of the system. Chevalier, a skilled alpinist and cave explorer, recognized that the various entrances scattered across the massif might connect underground, forming a single vast network. Beginning in the 1930s, Chevalier and his companions conducted a series of expeditions that would span more than a decade, interrupted by the Second World War, but resumed afterwards. These were multi-year campaigns that required careful planning and considerable commitment. The Dent de Crolles expeditions faced numerous challenges. The entrances were scattered across difficult alpine terrain, requiring long approaches through mountain landscapes. Some entrances were at high elevation, accessible only during summer months when snow had melted. Once underground, the explorers encountered a complex three-dimensional maze of passages at multiple levels. Some routes descended steeply through narrow chimneys and vertical shafts. Others traversed horizontally through passages carved by ancient underground rivers. Still others climbed upward through breakdown chambers where fallen rock created unstable terrain. Chevalier's team pioneered techniques that would become standard in later expeditions. They established underground bivouacs, spending nights deep in the cave system, rather than returning to the surface after each push. These early camps were basic affairs, often just sleeping bags spread on relatively flat sections of passage with minimal food and simple carbide lamps for light. But they allowed the team to wake up already deep in the system, able to push exploration farther before needing to return to the surface. This multi-day underground approach dramatically extended what was achievable in a single expedition. The team surveyed systematically, creating detailed maps that revealed the three-dimensional structure of the cave. Working by the flickering light of carbide lamps, they used compasses, clinometers, and measuring tapes to record the precise location of passage segments. The data was carefully noted in waterproof notebooks, to be compiled later into maps that showed how the cave extended through the mountain. Over years of work, these surveys gradually revealed connections between entrances that local people had assumed led to separate caves. The growing maps showed how water entering at high elevations flowed downward through the limestone, carving passages that sometimes ran parallel to one another at different levels, representing different stages in the cave's geological development. Chevalier approached the work with a scientific mindset, not merely seeking to reach the deepest point or the farthest passage, but aiming to understand the cave as a complete system. He was interested in where water entered the system and where it emerged at springs in the valley below. He wanted to understand why passages developed at particular elevations and how the cave structure related to the geology of the massif. This holistic approach, treating the cave as an integrated hydrological system rather than a collection of isolated passages, represented an important conceptual advance. By demonstrating how multiple entrances connected through a complex network of passages at different levels, the Don de Crolles explorations helped establish that caves are regional systems, shaped by water moving through entire mountain massifs, rather than isolated chambers and tunnels that happen to exist beneath the surface. In Britain during the 1940s and 50s, a different kind of breakthrough was occurring. Early British cave divers were developing techniques for passing sumps, short but significant underwater sections that blocked access to extensive dry passage beyond. Sites like Swildon's Hole and Wookey Hole in Somerset had frustrated explorers for years. Everyone knew, or at least strongly suspected, that passage continued beyond the water. Air currents flowing from the sumps suggested that open cave lay ahead, but without a way to pass through the flooded sections, that passage remained tantalizingly inaccessible. British cave divers began developing techniques for passing these sumps. The early equipment was rudimentary by modern standards. Divers used basic diving suits, often homemade or adapted from military surplus, and simple breathing apparatus. Visibility was typically poor, and the psychological stress of entering a flooded passage with no way to surface was considerable. But motivated by the certainty that unexplored cave lay beyond, these pioneers persevered. Each successful sump passage was a triumph, often revealing extensive new cave systems that had been inaccessible to dry cavers. The first successful sump dives were incredibly short by modern cave diving standards, sometimes only 10 or 20 meters of underwater passage. But that brief underwater section might lead to kilometers of beautiful dry cave beyond. The psychological barriers were as significant as the technical ones. Diving into an underwater passage with no direct route to the surface, no natural light, and no certainty about what lies ahead or how far the flooded section extends, requires considerable courage and self-discipline. The first divers to pass sumps successfully were pioneers not just in technique, but in demonstrating that such diving could be done safely with proper training and appropriate conservatism in planning. One of the critical early lessons was the importance of permanent guidelines. The first cave divers quickly discovered that visibility, even in relatively clear water, could be reduced to zero almost instantly if silt on the bottom was disturbed. In open water, a diver experiencing zero visibility can simply ascend to the surface and resolve the situation there. In a flooded cave, with rock overhead, that option doesn't exist. Without a continuous guideline to follow back to the entrance, a diver in zero visibility is effectively lost, unable to find the exit, even if it's only a few meters away. The development of guideline protocols, how to lay line, how to secure it to the cave walls or floor, how to navigate at line intersections where multiple passages meet, became fundamental to safe cave diving. These protocols were often learned through accident analysis, with each tragedy contributing to a body of knowledge about what not to do and what safety measures were essential. British cave diving became increasingly sophisticated through the 1950s and 60s. Divers formed clubs and organizations to share knowledge and to establish training standards. They developed better equipment, including more reliable breathing apparatus, better diving suits for thermal protection in the consistently cold water of British caves, and more powerful and reliable dive lights. They established protocols for diving in teams, with buddies supporting each other and with clear communication systems. And gradually, the length of sumps that could be safely passed increased from 10 or 20 meters to 50 to 100, and eventually to some several hundred meters long, connecting significant sections of cave. The post-war years saw European cave exploration accelerate dramatically. In the Pyrenees, along the border between France and Spain, carvers discovered and began exploring systems of extraordinary depth. One of the most significant was the Pierre Saint-Martin system, discovered in the early 1950s. The entrance was a deep pit in high mountain terrain, accessible only during the summer months when snow melted enough to allow approach. Early explorations quickly revealed that this was no ordinary cave. The initial descents required enormous amounts of rope and considerable technical skill. In 1952, French carvers descended to a depth of nearly 500 meters, an impressive achievement that demonstrated both the scale of these Pyrenean systems and the challenges they presented. The Pierre Saint-Martin expeditions were notable for several reasons beyond their depth. The entrance sat at more than 2,000 meters elevation in rugged mountain country, requiring teams to carry all their equipment across difficult terrain. Once at the cave entrance, the work of rigging the vertical pitches began. Unlike earlier caves, where explorers might encounter occasional vertical drops interspersed with horizontal passage, Pierre Saint-Martin featured shaft after shaft, requiring hundreds of meters of rope to be carried to the site and then carefully rigged through the descents. The rope work itself was evolving. Traditional flexible wire ladders, which had served cavers since Martel's time, were being supplemented and gradually replaced by rope techniques that were more efficient for deep vertical work. The expeditions required large teams working together over extended periods, with careful coordination and substantial logistical support. A base camp near the entrance housed surface support teams, who managed equipment, prepared food, maintained communication with those underground, and stood ready to assist in case of emergency. Underground teams would descend for multi-day pushes, establishing camps at depth, pushing the exploration deeper, and then returning to the surface to be replaced by fresh teams. This rotation system allowed continuous progress, even though individual cavers could only sustain the physical and psychological demands of the underground work for limited periods. The cave itself was spectacular. Vast shafts plunged into darkness, their walls often slick with water from streams entering at various levels. Large chambers interrupted the vertical descents, providing relatively level ground where teams could rest or establish camps. Among these was the magnificent Salle de la Verna, discovered in 1953, an enormous chamber whose true dimensions were difficult to appreciate in the limited light of carbide lamps. The passage continued downward through a complex series of pitches and traverses, each section requiring careful rigging and safe passage before the next section could be tackled. The depth and the technical challenges pushed the equipment and techniques of the time to their limits. Tragically, the Pierre Saint-Martin system was also the site of a deadly accident in August 1952 that would mark a somber moment in caving history. Marcel Lubon, an experienced French caver, was part of a team making a deep push into the system. On the return journey, while being winched up one of the deep shafts using a mechanical hoist, the cable broke and Lubon fell approximately 70 meters back to the previous level. His companions immediately began rescue efforts, descending back down to reach him. They found him alive but seriously injured, with severe internal trauma. The team made heroic efforts to stabilize him and to improvise ways to bring him to the surface. but the technical challenges were immense, and Lubens's injuries were beyond what could be treated in the cave. He died around 36 hours after the accident. Despite everything his companions could do, the tragedy sent shockwaves through the European caving community. Lubens's death was widely reported, bringing both attention to the depths being explored and serious questions about the risks involved. The cave diving community and deep cavers engaged in considerable soul-searching about safety protocols, equipment standards, and the ethics of undertaking expeditions where rescue, if something went wrong, would be extraordinarily difficult. The lessons learned were painful but important. Subsequent expeditions paid more attention to equipment redundancy, to having backup systems for critical components like hoists and cable, to emergency planning, and to ensuring that teams had the capacity to mount effective rescues if needed. The technical lessons from Pierre Saint-Martin would inform cave exploration for decades. The accident demonstrated that wire cables, even those thought to be adequate, could fail under the stresses of deep cave work. This spurred development of better rope materials and of rope techniques that distributed load more safely. The challenges of the rescue attempt showed the need for underground medical capabilities and for careful thinking about how an injured person might be evacuated from deep in a cave. And the psychological impact of the tragedy reinforced that deep cave exploration was serious business, requiring not just technical skill and physical fitness, but careful judgment and a willingness to turn back when conditions suggested that pushing forward carried unacceptable risk. As techniques developed and experience accumulated, cavers pushed deeper. The Gouffre Berger, discovered in the French Alps in 1953, was explored to a depth exceeding 1,000 meters by 1956, breaking through what had been considered a psychological and technical barrier. The Berger expeditions required teams to spend several days underground, establishing camps at depth and pushing downward through a complex series of vertical shafts and horizontal passages. The initial discovery of the Berger came when French cavers noticed cold air flowing from a relatively inconspicuous opening high on the Vercors plateau. Investigation revealed a shaft dropping into darkness. Early probes descended 100 meters, then 200, with no sign of an end. The depth potential was clearly extraordinary, but reaching the bottom would require a major expedition with substantial resources and careful organization. The French team that would make the successful push to the bottom in 1956 spent months preparing, gathering equipment, planning logistics, and training for the demands of multi-day underground work. The descent began with the entrance series, a complex of shafts and passages that dropped the first several hundred meters. Teams rigged fixed ropes through these sections, establishing anchors at each pitch and ensuring that everyone could ascend and descend safely. The work was methodical and time-consuming. Each rope had to be carefully positioned to avoid sharp rock edges that might damage it. Each anchor had to be tested and verified secure. And each section had to be passed by every team member carrying loads of equipment and supplies down to the underground camps. The first underground camp was established several hundred meters down, in a relatively comfortable chamber where teams could sleep, eat, and prepare for deeper pushes. From this base, teams ventured farther into the system, navigating through enormous chambers and continuing passages. The cave continued downward through more shafts and through sections where underground rivers rushed through narrow passages. The explorers had to navigate around or through water, managing the challenge of staying warm and dry while working in damp conditions hundreds of meters underground. The deepest sections of the Berger required extraordinary determination. By the time the exploration team reached depths approaching 1,000 meters, they had been underground for several days. Physical exhaustion was accumulating. The psychological weight of being so deep beneath the surface, with so many obstacles between their position and the entrance, was considerable. Yet the passage continued downward, and the team continued to follow it. When they finally reached the sump that marked the bottom of the explorable cave, at just over 1,100 meters depth, the achievement was historic. They had exceeded what had been thought possible, proving that with adequate preparation, proper equipment, and disciplined execution, caves of extraordinary depth could be explored systematically. But perhaps equally impressive was the successful return of all team members to the surface. Ascending from such depths after days underground demanded careful rope work, with tired cavers climbing hundreds of meters of fixed rope through sections they had descended days earlier. The ascent from the deep camps back to the entrance took as long as the descent had, with frequent rest stops and careful attention to ensure that everyone remained capable of continuing. When the team finally emerged into daylight, they had demonstrated not just that 1,000 meters of depth was achievable, but that teams could safely go that deep and return. The successful descent to the bottom of the Berge, and more importantly, the safe return of all team members to the surface, proved that with careful planning, proper equipment, and disciplined execution, caves of extraordinary depth could be explored systematically. But the story of the Berge didn't end with that initial descent to the bottom. In the years and decades that followed, the cave became a site of ongoing exploration and scientific study. Subsequent expeditions mapped side passages, established longer-term underground camps, and began using the cave as a natural laboratory for studying cave formation, underground water flow, and cave climate. The Berge Plateau, the karst landscape surrounding the cave, became the focus of intensive investigation as cavers and scientists worked to understand how the Berge system related to other caves in the area and how water moved through the entire massif. This shift from record-seeking to comprehensive system understanding represented the maturation of speleology as a discipline. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, the Pyrenees saw an explosion of deep cave exploration that fundamentally changed how carvers approached vertical systems. The range's geology, with massive limestone formations, high elevation entrances, and strong vertical relief, created ideal conditions for deep caves. French and Spanish teams, often collaborating despite the international border, methodically explored numerous systems, pushing many beyond the 1,000-meter depth mark that had once seemed nearly impossible to reach. These Pyrenean expeditions established expedition-style caving as the norm for deep vertical systems. The approach combined elements from mountaineering expeditions, base camps, stage supplies, team rotations, weather monitoring, with the specific demands of underground work. A typical Pyrenean deep cave project might involve several dozen cavers working over multiple summers, with some members specializing in rigging pitches, others in surveying, still others in underground camp management and communication with surface teams. The caves themselves varied in character, but shared certain features. Most began with entrance series requiring substantial rope work, series that tested equipment and technique before the real depths were reached. Below these upper sections, the systems typically developed complex three-dimensional structures with passages at multiple levels, reflecting the geological history of the massif and the changing position of water tables as valleys eroded deeper over millions of years. Understanding these levels and how they connected required not just athletic achievement in reaching them, but careful survey work and geological observation. The international character of Pyrenean exploration fostered important exchanges of technique and culture. French cavers brought strong traditions of systematic survey and scientific observation. Spanish teams contributed deep local knowledge of geology and access routes. British visitors brought vertical rope techniques refined in Yorkshire potholes. These cross-pollinations of ideas and methods enriched all participants and helped establish international standards for deep cave work. The collaboration also demonstrated that major exploration projects could transcend national boundaries when participants shared common goals and mutual respect. Cave exploration was not limited to Europe. Across the Atlantic, North American cavers were making their own discoveries, particularly in Mexico, where the mountainous regions contain some of the deepest caves in the Western Hemisphere. The Sistema Huautla in the mountains of Oaxaca became the focus of intense exploration, beginning in the 1960s and continuing through the 1980s and beyond. International teams, primarily American, but including cavers from several countries, conducted a series of expeditions that revealed Huautla to be a vast and complex system, extending more than 1,500 meters from its highest entrances to its deepest known point. The Huautla explorations began with local knowledge. Indigenous Mazatec people living in the region knew of various cave entrances in the mountains, and they directed early visiting carvers to particularly significant openings. What made Huautla immediately intriguing was the scale and the depth potential. The entrances were at high elevation, around 2,000 meters above sea level, and the surrounding terrain suggested that caves might extend deep into the mountain, perhaps connecting to springs in the valleys far below. Early expeditions established that Huautla was indeed a major system. The upper entrances led to large passages that descended steadily through the limestone. Unlike some caves, where progress is frequently halted by tight squeezes or dead ends, Huautla offered passage that kept going, each drop or traverse leading to another section that continued downward. This encouraged exploration but also created logistical challenges. As teams pushed deeper, they were getting farther and farther from the entrance, making each trip progressively more demanding. The Huautla expeditions were significant not just for the depth achieved, but for the logistical models they established. These were true expedition-style projects, with teams spending weeks underground in camps established at various depths within the system. The approach to the caves required travel through mountainous terrain and indigenous communities, with pack animals helping carry supplies to base camps near the entrances. From these surface camps, teams would carry equipment and supplies underground, establishing the first subterranean camps several hundred meters into the system. From there, deeper camps would be established, each serving as a staging point for pushing farther into the depths. Life in the underground camps was austere but functional. Sleeping areas were established on relatively flat sections of passage, with foam pads or inflatable mattresses providing minimal cushioning against hard rock. Small stoves allowed for cooking simple meals and heating water for warm drinks, a crucial comfort in the damp, cool environment. Lighting was provided by carbide lamps, or later by battery-powered electric lights. Waste management was carefully planned, with all human waste and food scraps either packed out or disposed of in designated areas far from water sources. The psychological challenges of spending weeks in darkness, with only the surrounding rock and the small pools of lamplight creating the visual world, required mental discipline and strong team cohesion. Communication with the surface was limited. In the early Huautla expeditions, teams underground were essentially on their own once they descended beyond a certain depth. Surface teams knew approximately when to expect groups to return, but had no way to receive updates from deep in the system. This isolation meant that underground teams had to be largely self-sufficient, capable of handling equipment failures, route-finding problems, or minor medical issues without outside assistance. The experience taught important lessons about self-reliance, about careful planning before descending, and about the importance of conservative decision-making when success depended entirely on the team's own resources and judgment. Supplies had to be carried in across difficult mountain terrain and then hauled down through hundreds of meters of vertical drops. The physical labor involved was substantial. Everything needed underground: food, fuel, rope, survey equipment, camping gear, spare clothing, first aid supplies, had to be carried on someone's back. The weight of a fully loaded pack could easily exceed 20 kilograms, and cavers had to manage this load while climbing down ropes, traversing difficult passages, and navigating complex route finding through the cave. Teams developed systematic approaches to load carrying, with different members specializing in particular tasks and with careful planning about what supplies needed to go how deep. The exploration required careful planning, with attention to everything from food and fuel to waste management and emergency procedures. Expedition planning sessions before the trips covered every detail. How much food per person per day? What types of food traveled well and provided adequate nutrition? How much fuel was needed for cooking? How batteries and carbide would be managed? What the survey priorities were? What sections needed rope rigging or re-rigging? And what the communication plan was for coordinating between different teams working at different depths. These planning sessions were essential for ensuring that the expedition ran smoothly and that everyone understood their roles and responsibilities. The experience gained in Huautla would inform deep cave expeditions around the world, establishing practices and standards that remain relevant today. The logistical approaches, the underground camping techniques, the communication protocols, and the safety practices developed during the Huautla expeditions became models for subsequent deep cave projects in other locations. Cavers from many countries who participated in Huautla expeditions carried those lessons back to their home regions, disseminating best practices and helping to raise standards for expedition caving internationally. As cave exploration spread geographically and as carvers gained experience with deep systems, attention also turned to some of the world's most remote and challenging environments. In the late 1970s, a major expedition was organized to explore the caves of Gunung Mulu National Park in Sarawak, Malaysian Borneo. The Mulu caves had been known to local peoples for generations, with various indigenous groups using certain cave entrances for shelter, for collecting edible birds' nests from swiftlet colonies, or as spiritual sites. But systematic exploration had never been attempted. The region's tropical rainforest environment, its remote location, and its complex terrain made access difficult and required extensive logistical preparation. The Mulu project, which ran from 1977 through 1984, became one of the most ambitious cave exploration efforts ever mounted. The Royal Geographical Society, working with Malaysian authorities and scientific institutions, organized a multi-year research project that included cave exploration as one component, alongside studies of rainforest ecology, geology, and indigenous cultures. International teams of cavers were brought in to conduct systematic surveys of multiple cave systems, documenting passage lengths, measuring chambers, and creating detailed maps. The tropical environment presented challenges quite different from those encountered in European or North American caves. The approach to the caves often required travel through dense rainforest. where the vegetation was so thick that progress was measured in meters per hour rather than kilometers. The humidity was constant and oppressive, typically approaching 100%, meaning that clothing never fully dried and that equipment had to be carefully protected from moisture and mold. The heat was intense, particularly during approaches under the rainforest canopy, where air circulation was minimal. The caves themselves, however, provided relief from the surface heat, maintaining cool temperatures that felt pleasant after the hot, humid approach. The limestone of the Mulu region is exceptionally pure, allowing water to carve particularly large and well-developed passages. As the exploration teams began surveying the systems, they found enormous tunnels that dwarfed anything they had encountered in temperate regions. The rivers that flowed through the caves carried substantial volume, fed by the region's heavy rainfall. In some passages, carvers traveled by boat, paddling through sections where the cave river was too deep to wade, but where clearance between water and ceiling allowed passage. In other sections, they climbed high above active streamways, following ancient abandoned passages that represented earlier levels of the cave's development when water flowed at higher elevations. The work required jungle travel, river crossings, and establishing camps both on the surface and underground. Surface camps near the cave entrances served as staging points where teams could sort equipment, prepare food, and rest between underground trips. The camps had to be carefully managed to avoid attracting wildlife, particularly given that the rainforest harbored various animals from monkeys to insects that were attracted to food stores. Underground camps were established in several caves to facilitate multi-day survey trips. These camps were set up in large chambers or passages away from active water, with special attention to avoiding areas that might flood during heavy rainfall events. The effort paid off with extraordinary discoveries. The cavers found enormous passages, vast chambers, and complex systems that revealed how caves develop in tropical limestone regions, where rainfall is heavy and vegetation abundant. The Clearwater Cave system proved to be one of the longest cave systems in Southeast Asia, with more than 200 kilometers of surveyed passage. The Deer Cave featured an entrance passage so large that the entire Cathedral of St. Paul's in London could fit comfortably inside it. The cave hosted a massive colony of wrinkle-lipped bats, numbering in the millions, whose evening exodus from the cave created spectacular aerial displays as the animals spiraled out in vast clouds that could be seen for kilometers. One of the most spectacular discoveries came in 1981, when explorers working in Good Luck Cave, part of the extensive Mulu system, pushed through a difficult section and emerged into what would prove to be one of the largest cave chambers in the world, Sarawak Chamber. The initial realization that they had entered something extraordinary came gradually. Their lights simply couldn't reach the walls or ceiling. As they moved farther into the space, attempting to gauge its size, it became clear that this was a chamber of unprecedented dimensions. The floor was relatively level, covered in places with breakdown boulders that had fallen from the ceiling over geological time, but had then been buried under fine sediments. The explorers could walk for hundreds of meters and still be inside the same chamber. The chamber is so large that its full dimensions were difficult to comprehend at first. Initial estimates varied widely because the explorers' lights couldn't illuminate the far walls simultaneously, making it hard to judge distances. Over subsequent days, the team conducted careful surveying, using systematic measurements to establish the chamber's extent. The work required setting up stations across the floor of the chamber, taking compass and distance readings, and slowly building up a picture of the space's geometry. The laser rangefinders, that would later make such measurements easier were not yet available, so the team relied on traditional survey techniques carried out with meticulous care. Careful surveying eventually established that the chamber is approximately 600 meters long, over 400 meters wide, and in places more than 100 meters high, with enough volume to hold several Boeing 747 aircraft lined up nose to tail. The floor area makes it comparable to many city parks. Standing in the center of the chamber, a person with a powerful light can see their beam fade into darkness before reaching the walls, a profoundly disorienting experience for anyone accustomed to the typically confined spaces of caves. The discovery and measurement of Sarawak Chamber required sophisticated surveying techniques and represented a triumph of systematic exploration in a challenging environment. But the significance of Sarawak Chamber extends beyond its impressive statistics. The chamber's existence poses interesting geological questions. How does such a large void form within limestone? What combination of factors, rock structure, water flow, time, allowed this particular space to develop to such dimensions? The chamber's floor sediments preserve records of past flooding events and possibly past climates. Its isolated environment, with no direct connection to the surface except through the extensive cave system, creates a unique microclimate. Research in Sarawak Chamber continues to provide insights into cave formation processes and into how very large underground voids maintain structural stability. More broadly, the Mulu project demonstrated that caves function as integrated components of karst landscapes, with their development intimately connected to surface processes, vegetation, and climate. The relationship between the rainforest above and the caves below proved more complex than simply water entering the system. Organic matter from the forest, fallen leaves, dead animals, nutrients washed from soil, entered caves through sinking streams and sinkholes, providing energy sources for cave ecosystems. The caves, in turn, influence surface hydrology by providing underground drainage routes that affected how water moved through the landscape. This systems level understanding, seeing caves not as isolated features but as integral parts of larger environmental systems, represented an important conceptual advance in speleology. The Mulu expeditions also demonstrated the value of interdisciplinary collaboration. While cavers focused on exploration and survey, geologists studied the limestone and its structure. Biologists catalogued cave fauna, including unique species of insects and fish. Hydrologists traced water flow through the systems, and archaeologists investigated evidence of past human use of the caves. The integration of these different perspectives provided a far richer understanding than any single discipline could have achieved alone. The model of large multidisciplinary expeditions tackling complex cave systems in understudied regions would be repeated in subsequent projects elsewhere in the world. Not far from Huautla, another Mexican system began to reveal its secrets during the 1980s and has continued to perplex explorers ever since. Sistema Cheve in Oaxaca, Mexico, represents a different kind of deep cave challenge. Discovered in the early 1980s and still being explored today, Cheve has tantalized generations of cavers with its extraordinary depth, potential, and its stubborn resistance to complete exploration. The system's highest known entrance sits at an elevation of approximately 2,600 meters, while springs in the Rio Santo Domingo Valley far below suggest that the cave system might reach depths of 2,500 meters or more if a complete connection could be found. Early explorations of Chev revealed vast, complex passages and substantial vertical development. Teams pushed the system to impressive depths. but progress has been difficult due to multiple factors. The passages are often large and complex, making route finding challenging. Water is present throughout much of the system, sometimes in manageable amounts, but occasionally in quantities that make sections impassable or dangerous. The distance from entrance to the current limits of exploration is substantial, requiring underground camps and multi-day pushes. And the sheer scale of the system, with numerous leads and side passages, means that explorers face difficult decisions about which routes to pursue. The ongoing Chevy expeditions have become multinational efforts, with teams from Mexico, the United States, and other countries collaborating. Each expedition adds to the survey, pushes a bit deeper, or explores side leads, but the complete story of Cave remains unwritten. The cave exemplifies how some systems resist quick solutions, demanding patience and persistence over decades. For modern cavers, Chev represents both challenge and opportunity. Challenge because it has frustrated so many attempts at complete exploration. Opportunity because it clearly still harbors significant undiscovered passage, and because whoever finally connects the known cave to the lower springs will achieve one of the major remaining goals in Western Hemisphere speleology. The experience gained in Chevy, like that from Huautla and other major Mexican systems, has influenced cave exploration worldwide. The logistical approaches developed for accessing remote Mexican caves, the techniques for managing multi-week underground camps, and the strategies for organizing large international teams have all been adapted to other locations. Mexican caves have also taught important lessons about working in less developed regions, where infrastructure may be limited and where good relationships with local communities are essential for successful long-term projects. While some expeditions focused on deep caves or vast chambers, others pushed the boundaries of speleology in a different direction, underwater. As we've already heard, cave diving efforts began in the mid-20th century. They were often heroic, but also dangerous, with fatal accidents common as divers learned the hard lessons of overhead environments, where ascending directly to the surface is not an option. The fundamental challenge of cave diving is that it combines two hazardous activities, caving and diving. Each presents its own risks, and when combined, those risks interact in ways that demand specialized training and equipment. A cave diver must manage not only the physical challenges of navigating through confined spaces in darkness, but also the physiological demands of breathing compressed gas underwater, the need to monitor gas supply constantly, and the ever-present awareness that running out of breathing gas or becoming lost in zero visibility conditions can be immediately fatal. Cave diving techniques continued to evolve through the latter half of the 20th century. Divers developed more sophisticated guideline systems, including primary lines, secondary lines, and jump lines that allowed navigation of complex underwater cave networks. They established gas management protocols based on the rule of thirds, using 1/3 of gas supply for penetration, 1/3 for exit, and reserving 1/3 for emergencies. Later, more conservative gas planning strategies were developed for deeper or more complex dives. They designed specialized equipment, including more reliable dive lights, exposure suits that could maintain thermal protection for extended periods in cold water, and stage bottles that could be positioned along the route to extend diving range. Team protocols evolved as well. Cave divers learned to dive in teams with clearly defined roles and communication systems. They developed emergency procedures for handling equipment failures, dealing with lost divers, and managing gas-sharing scenarios. Training organizations emerged to standardize cave diving education, establishing minimum requirements for equipment configuration buoyancy control, and emergency skills before allowing divers to attempt overhead environments. The safety culture in cave diving, forged through painful experience, became one of the activity's defining characteristics, with emphasis on conservative planning, proper training, and willingness to abort dives when conditions or circumstances suggested that continuing carried unacceptable risk. One of the most ambitious cave diving projects ever undertaken took place in Florida at Wakulla Springs, beginning with a major expedition in 1987 and continuing into the 1990s. The Wakulla project aimed not just to explore flooded passages, but to conduct comprehensive scientific studies of the underwater cave system. The expeditions combined cutting-edge cave diving techniques with hydrogeological research, water quality analysis, and biological surveys. Divers used mixed gases rather than simple compressed air, allowing them to dive deeper and stay underwater longer. They employed sophisticated navigation and mapping techniques, including underwater surveying equipment and video documentation. And they collaborated with surface-based scientists to integrate the diving exploration with broader studies of the aquifer. The Wakulla Springs project was organized in multiple phases over several years, with each phase building on lessons learned from previous work. Early expeditions focused on reconnaissance, identifying the major passages, and establishing baseline survey data. Later expeditions pushed farther into the system, extending the known limits of exploration, while simultaneously conducting more detailed scientific studies of sections already mapped. The project demonstrated that large-scale underwater cave exploration could be conducted with the same rigor and systematic approach that had become standard in dry cave expeditions. Equipment development was a significant aspect of the Wakulla project. The diving technologies used were pushing the boundaries of what was possible in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Rebreathers, which recycle exhaled gas after removing carbon dioxide and adding fresh oxygen, were being adapted for cave diving use. These systems allowed much longer dive times than traditional open-circuit scuba, because they used gas far more efficiently. The trade-off was increased complexity and the need for meticulous attention to system monitoring and maintenance. A rebreather failure in a flooded cave thousands of meters from the entrance could be fatal, so redundancy and reliability were paramount concerns. The logistics of supporting deep, long-penetration dives in Wakulla were substantial. Stage bottles containing breathing gas mixtures had to be positioned at strategic locations along the route before penetration dives could begin. This required multiple setup dives where teams would carry cylinders into the system and leave them at predetermined stations. Navigation had to be precise enough that divers could find these stage cylinders reliably even in conditions of poor visibility or under the stress of an emergency. Communication systems allowed teams working at different locations in the system to coordinate, though the range of these early underwater communication devices was limited. One particularly interesting aspect of the Wakulla work was the integration of video documentation. Underwater video cameras, bulky and power-hungry by modern standards, but still valuable, allowed exploration teams to bring back visual records of what they found. Scientists on the surface team who were not divers could see sections of the cave that only the diving teams could access. This visual documentation proved valuable for geological analysis, for biological surveys, and for public education about the significance of the aquifer and the need for its protection. The scientific findings from Wakulla had practical importance beyond academic interest. The hydrogeological work helped establish how quickly water moved through the Floridan aquifer, information essential for understanding how potential contaminants might spread through the system. The water quality baseline data provided reference points that could be used to detect future contamination or changes in aquifer chemistry. And the biological discoveries established that the aquifer was not just an inert water storage system, but a living ecosystem deserving protection for its own sake, not merely for its utility to human populations. In many ways, the Wakula Springs project represented the culmination of cave diving's evolution from adventure activity to scientific discipline. The project showed that underwater exploration could contribute genuine scientific value, that it could be conducted with safety standards comparable to other professional scientific fieldwork, and that the integration of diving expertise with scientific knowledge from other disciplines could produce insights that neither group could achieve alone. The model established at Wakula influenced subsequent underwater cave exploration projects around the world. The work helped establish cave diving as a legitimate scientific tool rather than merely an adventure sport, and it illustrated how caves could serve as access points for studying groundwater resources that are otherwise hidden from view. Nowhere has underwater cave exploration been more extensive than in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, where vast networks of flooded caves extend for hundreds of kilometers beneath the limestone plain. Beginning in the 1990s and continuing to the present, cave divers have explored and surveyed two massive underwater systems, Oxbelha and Sag Aktun. These explorations have revealed that what were once thought to be separate caves are actually parts of enormous interconnected networks. Sag Aktun became recognized as the longest known underwater cave system after major connections were confirmed in 2018, but the title has since shifted as surveying continues. Today, Oxbelha is recognized as the longest mapped underwater cave system, with more than 500 kilometers of surveyed flooded passage. The Yucatan explorations required decades of patient work, with teams systematically pushing leads, surveying passages, and searching for connections between known caves. The work was supported by dive operations based in the region's coastal towns, but the actual exploration was often conducted by small teams or even individual divers, who spent years becoming intimately familiar with particular sections of the system. The flooded caves of the Yucatan are not just remarkable for their extent, they also contain archaeological treasures, including prehistoric human remains and artifacts that provide insights into early human presence in the Americas. The careful documentation of these archaeological sites, often in collaboration with trained archaeologists, has added a cultural dimension to the speleological work. The scale of the Yucatan underwater cave systems is difficult to overstate. When divers first began serious exploration in the 1980s, they encountered what seemed to be separate cave systems accessed from different cenotes, the natural sinkholes that punctuate the limestone plain. But as mapping progressed, connections began to emerge. What had been thought of as separate caves were revealed to be different entrances to the same vast network. Year by year, connection by connection, the maps grew until it became clear that the Yucatan contains some of the most extensive underwater cave systems on Earth. The geology of the Yucatan facilitates this remarkable cave development. The peninsula is essentially a flat limestone platform with no surface rivers. All freshwater drainage occurs underground, with rainwater percolating down through the porous rock to a freshwater lens that floats on denser saltwater intruding from the Caribbean. The caves develop at and near this interface, with passages extending horizontally through the limestone, often with remarkably level ceilings that reflect the stable position of the water table over geological time. The exploration itself requires dedication and patience. Unlike many cave diving sites where access is from a single spring or some, the Yucatan systems can be accessed from hundreds of cenotes scattered across the landscape. Each cenote might lead to passages that connect with those accessed from other cenotes, but finding those connections requires systematic exploration and careful surveying. Divers might spend years working in a particular area, gradually pushing passages farther, documenting side leads, and always searching for the connection they believe must exist with the next system over. The diving conditions in Yucatan are generally favorable compared to many cave diving locations. The water is clear, often with visibility extending for 30 or 40 meters, allowing divers to see far ahead and making navigation easier. The temperature is relatively warm, around 25 degrees Celsius, which is comfortable for extended dives with appropriate exposure protection. The passages are often large and well decorated with speleothems, including stalactites and stalagmites that formed when the passages were air-filled during lower sea level periods of ice ages. These formations, now submerged, create spectacular underwater landscapes. But the favorable conditions can also lead to complacency, and the Yucatan caves have been the site of numerous fatal diving accidents over the years. The distances involved mean that even minor equipment problems can become serious. A flooded cave passage 5,000 meters from the entrance is not a place where mistakes are easily forgiven. The caves have multiple levels in some areas, with passages at different depths that can look similar, creating navigation confusion. And the sheer extent of the systems means that divers can penetrate extraordinarily far from any exit, making gas management and emergency planning critical. The archaeological dimension of the Yucatan cave exploration adds another layer of significance. During the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower, many passages that are now flooded were above the water table and accessible to humans. Ancient peoples explored these caves, left artifacts, drew on walls, and in some cases died there, with their remains preserved by the stable cave environment. Modern cave divers have discovered evidence of human presence dating back more than 10,000 years, including some of the oldest known human remains found in the Americas. These finds have important implications for understanding when and how humans first arrived in the Americas, and how they lived in the early post-glacial period. The discovery of ancient human remains in underwater caves creates ethical and practical challenges. The remains are fragile and scientifically valuable, requiring careful handling and documentation. Cave divers who find such remains must resist any temptation to disturb them, instead documenting location and contacting appropriate authorities. Many discoveries are made by divers who are primarily interested in exploration rather than archaeology, requiring them to shift into a documentation mode and to ensure that professional archaeologists can access the sites for proper study. The collaboration between cave divers and archaeologists has generally been successful, with divers providing access and initial documentation, while archaeologists provide expertise in interpretation and preservation. The Yucatan underwater caves also have conservation implications. The flooded cave systems are intimately connected with the peninsula's groundwater, which supplies drinking water for the region's population and which feeds coastal springs and lagoons that support important ecosystems. Contamination of the aquifer, whether from agricultural runoff, sewage, or industrial activities, directly affects both the cave systems and the water resources. Cave divers, through their extensive exploration and documentation of the systems, have helped establish the connectivity of the aquifer and the vulnerability of the groundwater to contamination, providing data that supports conservation and water management efforts. As cave exploration continued to push boundaries in terms of depth, length, and underwater extent, political changes sometimes open new opportunities for international collaboration. The Caucasus Mountains, straddling the border between Russia and Georgia, had been known since Soviet times to contain extremely deep caves, but access was limited and most exploration was conducted by Soviet teams. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s, the Arabica Massif on the Georgian side of the border became accessible to international expeditions. The post-Soviet Caucasus expeditions of the 1990s and 2000s brought together cavers from across Europe and beyond, marking a new era of global collaboration in deep cave exploration. The Arabica Massif proved to contain caves of extraordinary depth, with Krubera Voronja eventually being explored beyond 2,000 meters, making it the deepest known cave on Earth. These expeditions were massive undertakings, involving large teams, extensive surface support, and carefully staged underground camps at progressively deeper levels. The international nature of the work, with teams from different countries collaborating on logistics, exploration, and surveying, reflected speleology's evolution into a truly global endeavor, where political boundaries mattered less than shared scientific and exploratory goals. Each of these expeditions, from Martel's 19th century explorations in France to the modern international efforts in the Caucasus, contributed something essential to the development of speleology. Some established new techniques or proved that particular challenges could be overcome. Others revealed caves of such scale or complexity that they expanded our understanding of what underground systems could be. Still, others demonstrated how sustained, patient effort over many years could gradually reveal caves as integrated systems rather than isolated passages. Together, they tell the story of how cave exploration transformed from casual adventure into systematic science. But the transformation was not just about going deeper, farther, or longer. It was also about why explorers went underground and what they did with what they found. As speleology matured, the emphasis shifted from achievement for its own sake to understanding. Maps became not just records of passages explored, but tools for analyzing cave genesis and hydrology. Biological surveys documented not just which species lived in caves, but how cave ecosystems functioned. Geological observations led to theories about how different types of caves form under different conditions. And increasingly, caves were recognized as archives preserving records of past climates, ancient human activity, and geological processes operating over millions of years. The relationship between exploration and science has always been central to speleology, but the nature of that relationship has evolved. In Martel's time, exploration itself was science. Simply documenting that a cave existed, mapping its passages, and describing its features represented genuine contributions to knowledge. As more caves were explored, and as the basic patterns of cave formation became understood, the bar for scientific contribution rose. Modern speleological research must do more than simply document. It must answer specific questions, test hypotheses, or provide data relevant to broader scientific inquiries. This evolution has not diminished the importance of exploration. New cave discoveries continue to be scientifically significant, particularly when they reveal unusual formation processes, harbor unique biological communities, or preserve exceptional records of past environments. But increasingly, the value comes from sustained study of known caves, rather than simply finding new ones. A cave that has been visited many times by many researchers from different disciplines often yields more scientific insight than a newly discovered cave that has been visited once and quickly documented. Consider how our understanding of Mammoth Cave has deepened over the decades. Initial surveys established its extent. Biological inventories catalogued its fauna. Geological studies explained its formation. But more recent work has revealed subtle aspects of the system that earlier researchers missed. Studies of the cave's microclimate have shown how air circulation patterns affect where formations grow and where organisms are found. Analysis of sediments has provided records of ancient flooding events and climate changes. Genomic studies of cave-adapted species have revealed evolutionary relationships and timescales. Each generation of researchers brings new tools and asks new questions, finding fresh insights in a system that has been studied for more than a century. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky holds the distinction of being the longest known cave system on Earth, with more than 650 kilometers of surveyed passages as of the early 21st century. But Mammoth Cave's importance to speleology extends far beyond its impressive length. It served as America's first great underground laboratory, a place where systematic mapping, biological study, and geological investigation transformed an already famous tourist attraction into a site of genuine scientific importance. Mammoth Cave was well known to Native Americans long before European settlement, with archaeological evidence of human visitation dating back thousands of years. Early American settlers rediscovered the cave in the late 18th century, and during the War of 1812, the cave's vast deposits of nitrate-rich soil were mined extensively for saltpeter, a key ingredient in gunpowder. After the war, saltpeter mining became less profitable, but entrepreneurs quickly realized that the cave itself could be a source of income through tourism. By the 1830s, regular tours were being conducted, with guides leading visitors through lantern-lit passages to marvel at the enormous chambers and unusual formations. Mammoth Cave became one of America's premier tourist attractions, drawing visitors from across the country and from Europe. These early tours were impressive experiences, showcasing the cave's grand scale. But they were not scientific expeditions. Guides told stories, pointed out interesting formations, and occasionally exaggerated the cave's features for dramatic effect. The cave was known to be large, with multiple miles of passage, but there was no accurate map and little understanding of how the different passages related to one another. Several nearby caves were also being shown to tourists, and most people assumed these were separate systems. The idea that they might all be part of one vast interconnected network had not yet taken hold. The shift towards scientific study began gradually in the late 19th century. Geologists became interested in Mammoth Cave as an example of karst landscape development, where slightly acidic groundwater slowly dissolves limestone over millions of years, creating caves, sinkholes, and underground drainage systems. Early geological surveys attempted to understand the cave's structure and its relationship to the surrounding landscape. These studies required more accurate maps, and so the painstaking work of cave surveying began. One of the most significant figures in this process was Max Kemper, a German-born engineer who began surveying Mammoth Cave in the 1890s. Kemper understood that accurate mapping was essential to understanding the cave's structure and extent. He spent years conducting detailed surveys, often working in difficult conditions, to create the first truly accurate maps of major sections of the cave. His work revealed that Mammoth Cave was far more extensive than previously thought, with multiple levels of passages representing different stages in the cave's geological development. Kemper's maps also helped establish that several supposedly separate caves in the area were actually connected parts of the same system, a realization that would be confirmed decades later when physical connections were discovered. While geologists were mapping Mammoth Cave's physical structure, biologists were discovering that the cave harbored a unique ecosystem. Cave environments are fundamentally different from surface habitats. There is no sunlight, and therefore no photosynthesis, meaning that cave organisms must ultimately depend on organic matter that washes or falls into the cave from above. Temperatures are stable year-round, typically matching the average annual surface temperature of the region. Humidity is nearly always 100%. These conditions favor organisms specially adapted to life in permanent darkness, and Mammoth Cave proved to be extraordinarily rich in such creatures. The most famous of Mammoth Cave's biological residents are the blind fish, species that have evolved in the underground rivers and streams with no functional eyes and no pigmentation, their bodies pale and ghostly white. These fish navigate using lateral line organs that detect water movement, and they have heightened senses of smell and touch to find food in the darkness. Early descriptions of blind fish from Mammoth Cave date back to the early 1800s, but it wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that biologists began to study these creatures systematically. Scientists collected specimens, described new species, and began to understand the evolutionary processes that had shaped these remarkable animals. Mammoth Cave's blind fish became textbook examples of adaptation to extreme environments, and they helped establish biospeleology, the study of cave life, as its own distinct subfield within speleology. But blind fish were just the beginning. Biologists cataloguing Mammoth Cave's fauna discovered cave crayfish, cave beetles, cave crickets, springtails, millipedes, and numerous other invertebrates, many found nowhere else on Earth. Each species represented millions of years of evolution in isolation, adapting to the unique conditions of the cave environment. The study of these organisms helped scientists understand how evolution works in isolated environments and how ecosystems function in the absence of sunlight. The transformation of Mammoth Cave from a commercial show cave to a scientific laboratory was formalized in 1941 when Mammoth Cave National Park was established. This protected the cave from uncontrolled commercial exploitation and enabled long-term scientific research. Park regulations limited human impact on the cave environment, ensuring that future generations of scientists would be able to study ecosystems and geological features not yet altered by human activity. Throughout the mid-20th century, systematic exploration and survey work continued, revealing new passages and extending the known limits of the system. One of the most dramatic moments came in 1972, when explorers finally proved the connection between Mammoth Cave and the nearby Flint Ridge Cave system, a link-up that had been suspected for years based on survey data, but required finding the actual physical passage connecting the two systems. This connection made Mammoth Cave the longest cave system in the world, a title it still holds today. Lechugilla Cave in New Mexico, discovered through a dig that broke through rubble blocking a small historic entrance in 1986, became a site where exploration and science were integrated from the beginning. The cave's extraordinary mineral formations, its unusual chemistry driven by sulfuric acid, rather than the carbonic acid typical of most caves, and its pristine condition made it invaluable for research. The National Park Service, which administers Lechugilla as part of Carlsbad Caverns National Park, established strict protocols limiting access to trained cavers conducting legitimate survey or research work. This conservation approach has kept the cave in nearly pristine condition, ensuring that scientific studies can examine an environment little altered by human presence. The discoveries in Lechuguilla included not just new passages but new insights into how caves form, the cave's sulfuric acid origin, its unusual speleothems including gypsum formations rarely seen elsewhere, and its microbial communities living on chemical energy rather than organic matter from the surface, all contributed to expanded understanding of cave processes. Research in Lechuguilla has even had implications beyond speleology, with cave microbes producing compounds of potential medical interest, and with the cave serving as an analogue for possible subsurface environments on Mars or other worlds. The Italian Corchia system, explored over generations in the Apuan Alps, deserves particular attention as an example of how sustained effort over decades can gradually reveal even the most complex cave systems. Unlike caves that yielded their secrets to a few dramatic expeditions, Corchia required patience, persistence, and the willingness of multiple generations of Italian carvers to continue work begun by their predecessors. The various entrances to the system were known locally, but connecting them and understanding the full three-dimensional structure required decades of systematic survey and exploration. The Corchia explorations exemplify how speleology often progresses through cumulative effort rather than dramatic breakthroughs. One year, a team might push a passage 100 meters farther. The next year, a different group might find a side lead that connects to a previously known section. Gradually, like assembling a complex puzzle, the map grows and the relationships among different parts of the system become clear. This patient approach requires detailed record keeping, accurate surveying, and good communication among different teams, so that discoveries are shared and understood. The result, after decades of work, is comprehensive knowledge of a system that might never have been fully revealed through less systematic approaches. The Corchia project also demonstrates how different generations bring different perspectives and priorities to the same cave. Early explorers focused on simply finding and connecting passages, establishing the basic geography of the system. Later groups conducted more detailed surveys, improving the accuracy and completeness of maps. More recent visitors have pursued specific scientific objectives, studying formation chemistry, cataloging biology, or investigating hydrology. Each generation benefits from the work of predecessors while adding its own contributions, creating a body of knowledge far richer than any single group could achieve. The concept of minimal impact has become increasingly important as speleology has matured. Early explorers, working in caves that seem vast and unchanging, sometimes paid less attention to their physical impact on the environment. Rock formations might be broken accidentally, or even deliberately to ease passage or to collect specimens. Muddy passages might be tramped through carelessly, disturbing sediments that had lain undisturbed for thousands of years. Carbide dumps from lamps might be left in convenient chambers. But as understanding grew about cave fragility and about the time required for cave processes, the ethics shifted dramatically. Modern cavers practice strict conservation protocols. When traveling through decorated passages, they stay on established paths or step carefully on bare rock to avoid touching formations. In pristine caves, routes are chosen to avoid areas of delicate formations entirely, even if that means choosing a more difficult path. Survey stations are placed thoughtfully to minimize visual impact. Flagging tape or other markers are used sparingly and removed when no longer needed. Waste is packed out, every bit of it, with the understanding that what goes into a cave should come back out. even lint from clothing is considered contamination in the most sensitive caves, leading some projects to require special clean suits for entry. The conservation ethic extends to biological impacts as well. Cave fauna, particularly the highly specialized species found deep in caves far from entrances, exist in delicate balance with their environment. A population of rare cave beetles, numbering only a few dozen individuals, could be threatened by careless trampling or by introduction of surface organisms. Microbial mats growing on cave walls can be damaged by the slightest touch. Even the act of breathing in confined passages can alter cave atmospheres, affecting formation growth or microbial communities. The recognition of these vulnerabilities has led to strict access controls in many significant caves, with some areas off-limits to everyone, and others accessible only for specific research purposes under careful protocols. White nose syndrome, a fungal disease that has decimated bat populations in North America, provides a sobering example of how cave ecosystems can be disrupted. The disease, caused by a fungus likely introduced from Europe, where bats have some resistance, spreads through bat populations hibernating in caves. The fungus causes bats to wake repeatedly from hibernation, depleting their fat reserves and leading to starvation before spring arrives. Millions of bats have died, with some species facing potential extinction. The crisis has led to cave closures and decontamination protocols for anyone entering bat hibernacula, demonstrating how threats to cave ecosystems can come from unexpected sources and require active management responses. Looking toward the future, speleology faces both challenges and opportunities. Climate change is already affecting cave systems in ways that are only beginning to be understood. Changing precipitation patterns alter groundwater flows through caves. Temperature changes affect cave climates and may influence formation growth rates. In some regions, glaciers that have fed cave streams for thousands of years are retreating, reducing water flow and potentially causing passages to drain. These changes create urgency for documenting current conditions in caves before they are altered irreversibly. At the same time, technological advances open new possibilities for cave research. Three-dimensional laser scanning creates detailed models of cave passages that can be analyzed from any angle, rotated, measured, and revisited virtually years after the physical visit. This technology is particularly valuable for documenting fragile areas that should not receive repeated physical visits. Environmental sensors that can be left in caves for years, logging data on temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide levels, and other parameters, provide continuous monitoring that reveals patterns invisible in single visits. DNA sequencing technologies allow identification of organisms from tiny samples, even from environmental DNA collected from water or sediments, revealing biodiversity that traditional sampling methods might miss. Remote sensing technologies are improving our ability to locate caves from the surface. Ground-penetrating radar, electrical resistivity surveys, and other geophysical methods can sometimes detect voids beneath the surface, guiding exploration efforts. Satellite data and aerial surveys can identify surface features associated with cave development, such as sinkholes, solution valleys, or vegetation patterns that reflect underlying geology. These tools don't replace the need for physical exploration, but they can make that exploration more targeted and efficient. The role of citizen scientists and recreational cavers remains important in speleology. Many significant cave discoveries are made by local cavers exploring in their regions, often on their own time and using their own resources. These explorers bring intimate knowledge of local geology and hydrology, persistence in working through difficult passages or complex systems, and often a willingness to return season after season to push a particular cave. The challenge for the speleological community is to ensure that this exploration energy is channeled in ways that produce quality survey data, that minimize environmental impact, and that feed discoveries into the broader scientific enterprise. Global collaboration in speleology continues to increase. International expeditions bring together expertise from multiple countries, pooling equipment, sharing costs, and combining different national traditions and approaches to cave exploration. Digital communication makes it easy for cavers in different countries to share maps, discuss techniques, and plan joint projects. International speleological organizations coordinate research priorities, establish best practices, and provide forums for presenting findings. This global network strengthens the discipline, ensuring that lessons learned in one region quickly become available worldwide. The question of why we explore caves has multiple answers, and the balance among these answers continues to evolve. The pure joy of discovery remains a powerful motivator. There is something deeply satisfying about moving through passages no one has seen before, about finding beautiful formations or vast chambers, about solving the puzzle of how a cave system connects together. The physical and mental challenges of cave exploration appeal to those who enjoy testing themselves in demanding environments. The social aspects matter too. The camaraderie of teams working together toward common goals. The shared experiences that create strong bonds among cave explorers. But increasingly, exploration is justified by and oriented towards scientific and conservation goals. We explore to understand how caves form and evolve. We explore to document biological diversity and to understand how cave ecosystems function. We explore to access groundwater systems that cannot be studied any other way. We explore to find and protect records of past climates and past human activity. We explore to appreciate Earth's hidden beauty and to foster appreciation in others. These purposes don't contradict the joy of discovery. Rather, they give that discovery deeper meaning and lasting value. As techniques continue to develop and as new caves are discovered, the frontier of exploration keeps shifting. Some of the most exciting current projects involve connecting cave systems that survey data suggests should connect, but where the physical link hasn't yet been found. These connection projects can take years or decades, with teams working from both directions, slowly closing the gap between known systems. When the connection is finally made, when explorers meet underground in a passage that links two previously separate caves, the achievement represents years of persistence and careful survey work paying off. Deep cave exploration continues as well, with teams working in the deepest known systems trying to push even farther down. The 2,000-meter barrier has been broken, but the question remains how deep caves can go. Is there a practical limit, a depth beyond which technical challenges become insurmountable, or where geological conditions prevent further development? The only way to answer these questions is to keep exploring, keep pushing boundaries, and keep documenting what we find. Underwater cave exploration likewise continues to extend the boundaries of what's possible. Longer penetrations, deeper dives, more complex systems all challenge divers to refine techniques and develop new technologies. Closed-circuit rebreathers have become standard equipment for many cave divers, allowing dive times measured in hours rather than minutes. Underwater scooters allow rapid transit through long passages. Better dive lights provide powerful illumination that makes navigation easier and enables quality video documentation. Yet with all these advances, the fundamental challenges remain: managing breathing gas, maintaining thermal protection, navigating reliably, and getting safely home after long excursions into flooded darkness. The integration of speleology with other sciences continues to deepen. Paleoclimatologists increasingly rely on cave speleothems as archives of past climate. The high-precision dating possible with uranium series methods, combined with stable isotope analysis, trace element geochemistry, and other techniques, allows reconstruction of temperature and precipitation patterns at yearly or even seasonal resolution, going back hundreds of thousands of years. These records complement ice cores and ocean sediment cores, providing data from continental interiors where other climate proxies may not be available. Astrobiologists study caves as analogues for possible subsurface environments on Mars or icy moons like Europa or Enceladus. The isolation of cave environments from surface conditions, the presence of chemosynthetic microbes that don't depend on photosynthesis, and the preservation of organic material in stable cave settings all provide insights relevant to the search for life elsewhere in the solar system. Cave exploration on Earth informs thinking about how we might search for and access subsurface habitats on other worlds. Hydrogeologists use caves as natural laboratories and as access points for studying aquifers. The ability to actually enter underground drainage systems, to sample water at various points along its flow path, and to observe firsthand how water interacts with rock, provides understanding that would be impossible to achieve from surface measurements alone. Cave mapping reveals the three-dimensional structure of aquifers, showing how water flows through preferential pathways rather than simply soaking through porous rock. This understanding has practical importance for managing groundwater resources, particularly in regions where caves provide critical access to drinking water supplies. Geomicrobiologists find caves fascinating for the microbial communities that inhabit them. Some cave microbes obtain energy from oxidizing iron, manganese, or sulfur compounds, metabolisms that don't depend on organic matter from the surface. Others reduce minerals or participate in complex chemical cycles that shape cave formation and mineralogy. The discovery that cave microbes produce biomedically interesting compounds has attracted pharmaceutical interest, adding another dimension to cave conservation arguments. A cave harboring unique microbial communities might contain organisms producing the next generation of antibiotics or other useful molecules. The documentation of cave archaeology has become increasingly sophisticated. Where ancient human use of caves is suspected or confirmed, modern investigations employ careful excavation techniques, detailed recording of artifact locations and associations, dating of materials using radiocarbon and other methods, and analysis of residues and traces that can reveal what activities occurred in the cave. The picture that emerges from this work shows that caves were used by humans for many purposes: shelter, ceremonial sites, burial locations, storage, sources of minerals or other materials, and simply as routes through difficult terrain. Each cave, with evidence of human use, adds to our understanding of past cultures and past human relationships with underground spaces. The preservation of caves for future generations remains one of speleology's central concerns. Every generation of speleologists has had to grapple with the tension between access and protection. Too much restriction, and the scientific study and public appreciation that justify conservation efforts may suffer. Too little restriction, and the caves may be damaged to the point where their scientific value is lost and their natural beauty diminished. Finding the right balance requires ongoing dialogue among explorers, scientists, land managers, and the public. It requires adapting management approaches as conditions change and as understanding deepens. And it requires that current explorers act as stewards for future generations, who will want their own opportunity to experience and study caves. The long arc of speleology's history, from Martel's systematic explorations in the late 19th century through the deep expeditions of the 20th century to the integrated scientific projects of today, shows a discipline that has matured while retaining its essential character. The same curiosity that drove Martel into French caves drives modern explorers into caves in every continent. The same careful attention to documentation that Martel practiced remains central to speleological work, and the same sense of wonder at what lies hidden underground continues to inspire new generations to take up the challenge of cave exploration. Cave exploration ultimately is about encountering the unknown and bringing back knowledge. It requires physical capability and mental discipline. It demands respect for the environment and for the inherent risks. It rewards patience, persistence, and attention to detail. And it provides opportunities to experience places that exist in permanent darkness, hidden from the surface world, waiting to reveal themselves to those willing to venture into those secret spaces. The explorers, who have descended into caves over the past century and a half, have created a body of knowledge that enriches our understanding of Earth. Their example inspires us to appreciate the hidden world beneath our feet and to commit ourselves to its exploration and protection. The stories of individual expeditions we've explored tonight represent only a sample of the countless projects that have contributed to speleology's development. For every expedition mentioned, dozens of others made equally important contributions to local knowledge or developed techniques that others would adopt. In British caves, in Spanish systems, in Chinese karst regions, in American mountain ranges, dedicated carvers have spent weekends and holidays year after year, slowly revealing the underground world. Their collective effort, much of it uncelebrated except among fellow cavers, has created the body of knowledge that defines modern speleology. The caves themselves, of course, existed long before humans entered them and will persist long after we are gone. Mammoth Cave developed over millions of years as the Green River gradually cut its valley deeper, lowering the water table and causing new cave levels to form at progressively lower elevations. The passages we explore are ancient, shaped by water that flowed thousands or millions of years ago. The formations that decorate them grew slowly, molecule by molecule, as water seeping through the rock deposited minerals. A stalactite that seems modest in size might represent 10,000 years of growth. The delicate gypsum flowers in Lechuguilla grew over similarly vast timescales, their intricate crystalline structures reflecting the precise chemical and climatic conditions under which they formed. This geological perspective reminds us that our human timescale is vanishingly brief compared to the time it takes to create caves. A lifetime of dedication to exploring a particular system amounts to an instant in the cave's history. This realization brings both humility and urgency. Humility because we are such temporary visitors to these ancient spaces. Urgency because the caves we have the privilege to explore and study exist now in particular conditions that may change, and our window for documentation is limited. The formations we see today will never look exactly the same again. Some will continue to grow, others may be damaged or dissolved, and the cave itself will continue its slow evolution. The surveys we create, the photographs we take, and the scientific data we collect become permanent records of a particular moment in the cave's long existence. The human dimension of speleology, the friendships formed, the challenges overcome together, the shared experiences of discovery, gives the discipline much of its vitality. Cave exploration is rarely a solitary activity. It requires teams working together, supporting one another through difficult passages, celebrating discoveries together, and managing the inevitable setbacks and frustrations collaboratively. The bonds formed underground can be remarkably strong. When you have relied on your teammates for safety in demanding situations, when you have shared the excitement of discovery or the tedium of long survey sessions, when you have camped together for days or weeks in dark, damp cave passages, relationships develop that transcend ordinary friendships. The speleological community, both within individual countries and internationally, maintains connections among people who might otherwise never meet. A caver from Britain might find themselves on an expedition in Mexico, working alongside French, German, and American teammates. The shared language of cave exploration, the common vocabulary of techniques and equipment, and the universal appreciation for underground beauty create bridges across cultural divides. Cave conferences and congresses bring together hundreds or thousands of cavers from around the world, providing opportunities to share discoveries, to learn new techniques, and simply to enjoy the company of others who understand the peculiar passion that is speleology. The teaching and mentoring relationships in caving are particularly important. Experienced cavers teaching newcomers, showing them not just technical skills, but the ethics and culture of responsible cave exploration, ensure that standards are maintained and improved with each generation. The best mentors convey not just the how, but the why of speleology, why we survey carefully, why we practice conservation, why we challenge ourselves to master difficult techniques, and why caves matter. These lessons, passed from person to person, create continuity and shared purpose within the speleological community. The literature of cave exploration, from Martel's detailed accounts to modern expedition reports in speleological journals, creates another kind of continuity. When contemporary carvers read about the Dent de Crolles expeditions or the first descent of the Berger, they connect with explorers from decades past who faced similar challenges and felt similar emotions. The writing preserves not just the factual details of what was found, but something of the experience of finding it. The mixture of exhaustion and excitement, the problem solving required to overcome obstacles, the satisfaction of completing a difficult survey or reaching an objective that had seemed impossibly distant. These accounts inspire new generations and provide practical information that informs current expeditions. The relationship between recreational cavers and scientists varies across the spectrum of speleological activity. Some individuals are purely recreational, enjoying cave exploration for its own sake without particular scientific objectives. Others are primarily scientists who use caves as research sites, but may not be deeply involved in exploration for its own sake. But many speleologists span these categories, pursuing exploration with recreational motivation while also conducting serious scientific work. This integration of recreation and science is one of speleology's strengths, creating a community where different motivations and interests support rather than conflict with one another. The economic aspects of speleology deserve mention. Most cave exploration and research is conducted by volunteers on their own time and at their own expense. Equipment must be purchased, travel to caves funded, and time away from work arranged. For many cavers, a significant portion of discretionary income goes towards supporting their cave activities. This volunteer effort represents an enormous subsidy to scientific research and cave documentation. If all the work done by volunteer cavers had to be funded through grants or paid positions, much of it would never happen. Some cavers make their living from cave-related work, as guides in commercial caves, as consultants on cave and karst issues, as researchers in academic positions, or as specialists in cave survey and documentation. But these paid positions represent a small fraction of the community. The strength of Speleology comes from its broad base of dedicated volunteers who contribute time, effort, and expertise because they care about caves and find the work itself rewarding. The technology available to speleologists continues to advance at a pace that would have astonished earlier generations. Digital survey instruments can capture station positions with millimeter precision. LED lights provide bright, long-lasting illumination from convict battery packs. Modern synthetic ropes and webbing are stronger and more durable than anything available to earlier cavers. Communication systems allow teams separated by hundreds of vertical meters to stay in contact. Computers and software process survey data, generate maps, and create three-dimensional models with ease. These tools make many aspects of speleology easier and safer, allowing explorers to focus more on the cave itself and less on technical challenges. Yet with all these advances, the core experience of cave exploration remains fundamentally unchanged. You still must enter darkness with only your light to see by. You still must find your way through complex passages by attention and memory. You still must climb, crawl, wade, and squeeze through difficult terrain. You still experience cold, wet, fatigue, and occasional fear. And you still experience the profound satisfaction of moving through spaces that exist in permanent darkness, of seeing formations that grow invisibly over vast spans of time, and of connecting with the hidden architecture of the planet we inhabit. The philosophical implications of cave exploration are worth pondering as we approach the end of our journey tonight. Caves represent ultimate darkness, spaces where no natural light has ever penetrated. They are hidden places, secret worlds that exist beneath the familiar surface. They are ancient, shaped over timescales that dwarf human history. And they are fragile, vulnerable to damage from the slightest carelessness, yet able to preserve delicate formations and ancient records because of their isolation from surface disturbance. When we explore caves, we temporarily penetrate those hidden spaces, bringing light and consciousness to places that have existed in darkness and unknowing since their formation. We become the medium through which caves become known, through which their existence is documented and their significance appreciated. This is a profound privilege and a serious responsibility. The caves existed before we found them and would persist without our knowledge. But once explored and documented, they become part of human understanding and human culture. How we treat them reflects our values and our sense of responsibility to the natural world. The transformation from darkness to light, from unknown to known, from undocumented to mapped and understood. This is the essential arc of cave exploration. And yet, we must remember that our light is temporary and our knowledge incomplete. When we leave a cave, the darkness returns. The cave continues its existence regardless of whether anyone is watching. Our maps and photographs capture a moment, a particular configuration, but the cave itself is dynamic, slowly evolving through geological processes that continue whether or not we observe them. This perspective of caves as ancient, enduring, slowly changing spaces that we visit briefly encourages humility and careful stewardship. We are not conquerors of caves, but temporary guests. Our explorations don't diminish the cave's mystery, but rather reveal it in more detail. Each answer we find, each passage we map, each formation we document, raises new questions and reveals new aspects of the underground world, worthy of investigation. As you prepare to sleep, imagine yourself at the entrance to a cave, looking into darkness. Feel the cool air flowing from within, carrying hints of the hidden world below. see the first few meters illuminated by daylight, then the passage curving away into shadow. Somewhere in that darkness, passages extend through stone, chambers open in the rock, formations grow imperceptibly slowly, and perhaps an underground river flows toward a distant spring. The cave has existed in this state for thousands or millions of years and will continue for thousands or millions more. Your decision to enter, to explore, to document and to share what you find represents a small but significant moment in the cave's existence and in the broader human endeavor to understand the hidden places of our world. The explorers we followed tonight, from Martel in French caves to modern teams in the Caucasus or Yucatan, all stood at similar thresholds. They looked into darkness and decided to enter. They made the physical and mental preparations required for safe exploration. They brought the tools necessary to document what they found, and they returned with knowledge that enriched our collective understanding. Their example reminds us that exploration, when conducted with proper respect and scientific purpose, is among the most valuable activities humans can undertake. It expands our knowledge, challenges our capabilities, and fosters appreciation for the remarkable world we inhabit. So rest now, secure in the knowledge that beneath the surface of the everyday world, vast underground systems extend through stone. Water flows through darkness, formations grow slowly, unique organisms thrive in permanent night, and spaces of extraordinary beauty wait in silence. The work of understanding these hidden places continues, carried forward by dedicated individuals who find meaning in exploration and discovery. The caves will persist, their secrets gradually yielding to patient investigation, and their existence enriching those who take the time to venture into the darkness and return with light. As night deepens and as these stories of exploration begin to blur into the gentle fog of approaching sleep, let yourself rest in the knowledge that the work continues. Even as you drift into dreams, somewhere in the world, cavers are preparing for their next expedition, studying maps, testing equipment, planning logistics. In caves around the globe, passages extend through darkness, water flows through hidden channels, formations grow imperceptibly, and spaces of profound beauty wait in silence. The human endeavor to understand these hidden places, to document them carefully, and to preserve them for future generations, continues with the same dedication and passion that motivated Martel more than a century ago. The transformation of speleology from casual cave visiting to rigorous scientific discipline, from individual adventure to coordinated international effort, from simple description to sophisticated analysis. This evolution represents human curiosity at its best. It shows what can be achieved when exploration is coupled with careful documentation, when athletic achievement serves scientific purpose, and when enthusiasm is tempered by ethical responsibility. The caves remain ancient and enduring, their secrets gradually yielding to patient investigation, but never fully exhausted. Each generation of explorers discovers caves anew, bringing fresh perspectives and new questions even to systems that have been visited thousands of times. Rest now in the darkness. Let the images of underground passages and vast chambers drift through your mind, and sleep knowing that tomorrow the work will continue, that discoveries await, and that the hidden world beneath our feet will continue to reveal its wonders to those willing to venture into the darkness and return with light and knowledge. If you're still awake, if these stories have brought you peace, please consider liking, subscribing, or sharing your midnight reflections with us. Your support helps our community grow and allows us to reach other fellow explorers wishing to find their rest. Sleep well, and dream perhaps of descending into hidden places, of following passages deeper into the earth, of discovering chambers that have waited in darkness since the world was young, and of returning safely with tales of what you found in those secret spaces beneath our feet.